Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. It is Thursday, the 30th of July, 2026, 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. All the times that I refer to or that are visible on my screens are in Central Standard Time Zone. So this is my virtual trading journal. I only take live trades real time. My two primary monitors here are Bookmap, where I execute live in the market, real trading, live data. My data supply is Rhythmic for both IRT, my charting package, and Bookmap. Now, having said that, I don't intend this stream for financial or trade advice, but it is my virtual trading journal. The concept is everything that's visible on my two primary monitors here is captured on the video, and then my voiceover or my narration provides insight as to what I was thinking at that minute. And that completes the recording and the journal, much more transparent and fully accountable than I could ever do by screen snapping and typing or whatever else, which is distracting for me when I'm trying to focus on trading. But having said that, again, it's not meant for trade or financial advice, and there is a disclaimer in the description. However, how could it possibly be a trading journal if I don't capture the trades, right? That doesn't make any sense at all. So that's how this works. Yeah, with that out of the way, let's get on to the reporting here. And the first order of business is, I had a problem with this damn thing this morning. So here we are, busy morning for reports this morning. We got the PCEs, we've got GDP and initial jobless claims, all multi-star. They're all over with now. They were all at 7:30, but still. And we have big earnings. We've got Apple and Amazon out this afternoon after the bell. We are in earnings season. This is investing.com. It is a free source, so you can tell by the pop-up ads. I keep it that way so that anybody that comes through the stream can have access to the same, these resources. Here's Apple and there's Amazon. We got MasterCard, a whole bunch. I mean, we're in earnings season. There's several twirls of the wheel here to scroll down, so I'm not going to bother doing that, but that's where we are. You can filter this for wherever you are, whatever reports you're interested in here. And a couple of things about investing.com. It only reports traditional economic and revenue news, and you can filter it, again, as I said, for wherever you are. I like that. And also, if you notice that if you hover the mouse over an event title, the URL, the title will turn to a URL. So if you don't know what Core PCE is, you can click that link and go see all the recent releases, and it tells you all about it. That's pretty handy. Now, the other news source that I use is Financial Juice. Same sort of an idea over here with the calendar, and then a running Squawk Box on this side. Now, Financial Juice will pull non-traditional economic events into their calendar if they can, and events which have been demonstrated, in recent history to have a potential risk to our market. And it's no political comment whatsoever, but it's a fact. I don't need to tell you that if Donald Trump says something or tweets something, it could have a huge impact on the auction. Well, nobody can get ahead of a tweet except if you pay. Now, I guess they're selling access to advanced news, tweet advice or something, which is pretty amazing to me, but apparently that's going to happen. So anyway, there's no way to get ahead of it. And as in the markets today, we are, I guess I should say, our primary job today as traders is to preserve our account. The fundamental way we do that is risk management. Well, if you don't know about a risk, it's impossible to mitigate or manage it. So I appreciate when they pull this stuff into their calendar and or it shows up over here, you know, in the squawk box, because that gives us sort of a timely, gives me sort of a timely heads up about risk. Let's go on to the pre-market now. Well, maybe best described or viewed over here on Bookmap. This is my blue boy, which is just a vertical line. And I slapped this on the first print of each session. You'll see that there's the overnight, there's yesterday's RTH. This is the beginning of the ETH last night at 1700. And the reason I do that is to let's get over here. There we go. The reason I do this is to try to get it set up so it's the way I use it. All right. Right in this right column, the active data column here is right here, right now, live. And if I can glance left and see Blue Boy over here to the left, there's no question in my mind that I have the complete current session in view. There's no question that I know the context of the session. What did we do? We opened way down here on the big dump for Meta and last night, the earnings report, and here's what we've done so far. And here we're trading up here to 74.05 at this moment. Now, looking at a bigger scale over here in investing.com, which is my, I'm Investor RT, which is kind of my basic charting package. Here's yesterday's RTH. This, first of all, with Investor RT, if you look up here at every chart, in the header is the chart name, which is meaningless to anybody but me, the instrument, the chart type and periodicity, and the session. So this is yesterday's RTH session, and here's the overnight so far. There was our close. Here's our open. We are 100% long inventory and a big gap up. Gap meaning potential open as it relates to the previous close. We're not inside or outside day or outside bar because all of it last night's trade is within yesterday's range. So I would expect that we're going to get a responsive selling to take profit, right? If you were profitable and long all night, and what would you do? I'd take some profit, probably. So again, Investor RT by Linsoft, the micro tab, micro ES, micro NQ, the high time frame chart, and this is again the micro daily chart, day session, RTH. In other words, here is each one of these candles in one RTH trading session. This was yesterday. But they didn't like that very well. Day before. Simple. Wherever price overlaps, I pull the volume profile around them. That generates a micro composite VPOC. High and low volume nodes represented by these red and green lines over here. The values for these high and low volume nodes are pushed to Bookmap, as are the session prices. What are we doing for volume here today? Let's look. Ooh, still remains high. It still remains about 2 3/4 points per 1 minute candle. So back to the moment at hand here. Now, this is the same exact configuration, but it's the minis instead of the micros. And this chart is a market profile. I don't change from mini to micro up here. It's always the minis, but I do change it from the full session to the RTH session. So there's that. All right. Bookmap. Well, there you go. If you don't know what it is, here's the chart and the heat map. This is where I execute live. Oh, I forgot to mention that. Let me point out that in IRT is where I do my statistical evaluation, develop setups, vet the setups, whether they have a positive expectancy or not, and I do all that homework myself. Now, I restarted IRT, sorry. This is an example of a setup that's been developed for the initial balance. And here is a visualization chart, which has nothing to do with the real setup, except that it visualizes, you can see here it graph. And when I send the results of this system to this chart by this button down here, it graphs what happened so that I can see visually if things are happening where and when I think they should. Now, get ready for today, actually. Notice that over here, this is in the IRT simulated environment. Anytime anything over here in IRT is in the simulated environment, because I'm not going to be developing back testing or forward testing with money, right? So that's a real big distinction. Here's another version of it right over here. And I've got to change this right away, so I'm going to do it while we're here. Okay, let's hope hopefully that'll do what it's supposed to do. Opening range period 60. Okay. Let's there we go. And I've got to do some other stuff here. But anyway, let's get back to the point. I want to always be really clear about that. All trades on Bookmap are live, real time, real market, recorded forever, never back tested, never, rear view mirror bullshit, or sorry, BS, never replay or any of that. If it's a trade, it's a trade, and I take it. If it's not a trade and it's not recorded. That's doesn't make for very exciting streaming, but it's the truth. And this is my virtual journal. So let's remember that. Now, continuing on with Bookmap, the right column is the micro composite, where I entered these manually. These are the high and low volume nodes that come from IRT. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night and continues through 1600 today. The RTH volume profile on Delta, which will reset this morning at 8:30. The statistical column, which is real important to me, and the session prices from IRT. I don't use a DOM over here anymore. I just use the active data column in my mouse. But the most important DOM columns are here. This is the full level 2 book, all prices, ask and bid, and then the session prices. Excuse me 1 minute. Okay. Now I am my overriding principle is keep it simple, stupid, the KISS principle, right? I only use volume, statistics or probabilities, and price. And that keeps me pretty busy. I don't have any indicators on my Bookmap or IRT. There are only a few lines and they're all price driven. POC, simply the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. VWAP, volume weighted average price for RTH and Globex. And there's also a POC for both Globex and IRT and full session, which is down here. Now, all this means is the very second that price trades one contract higher than 40.35, this price will move. That's it. It's nothing more complicated than that. And these are price levels. And over here, I do push trading levels that are generated from one of my systems, whichever one I'm watching, in IRT. So these are just, this is 25% of the initial balance range. So that's the system I'm looking at. And a couple of notes about these prices. It's just common sense. There's the RTH mid, the RTH POC, the value area from yesterday, the overnight POC. Here's the initial balance low. These kind of confuse people sometimes. It's the initial balance low and high of the first, are nothing more complicated than the low and the high of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's it. So let's look at the statistics now. First thing to do is determine the open type. And there are only 4 statistical open types: higher out of range, higher in range, lower in range, lower out of range, gap up, gap down, right? So 2 criteria. If we open right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? Well, when we look at bookmap at IRT over here, here's the previous RTH close, way down here below us at 73.40-ish, right? Somewhere. Close, RTH 73.35 quarter right there. Well, we can also scroll down here, excuse me, and there's our close. So what are we? Well, we're definitely higher. The next criteria is, how would this price compare to the previous RTH range? Well, it is definitely in range. So at this moment, the open type for today is going to be higher in range. And I always change the open title on every one of my bookmap each day on bookmap, so that if I look at the stream or a recording, I instantly know the relationship. Now let's clear the notes from yesterday, because we're going to go get the current ones for today. There we go. Now the statistics come from this study in IRT. Here was yesterday, and we've just determined it's going to be higher in range. There's the 4 types. All this does is the system looks back at the most recent 1,838 trading days. Of these trading days, we opened higher in range 573 of them. Of the days we opened higher in range, the overnight volume point of control was revisited 81.0%. Boop. That's all there is to it right there. The next one is the overnight high, 74.7. And all I'm doing here is just going down the list. POC, high, mid, 74.5. That's it. It's not tough, boys and girls. And these are really, really important to understand. These are just probabilities. These are not hard, fast lines in the sand. I don't have a wizard hat, any of that stuff. I wish I did. I'd be happy to share the results with you, and we could all be happy and live happy ever after. 68.8 is the previous close. That's what I was looking for here. And also the previous low, or the overnight low while we're down here, which is 48.3. Because we want to wind them up and get up here a little bit higher. The IB low, how low can you go? The IB low is 59.5. I want to do this on purpose. Remember, you need to put those initials in there, because the minute we open, well, it's pretty close now, but the minute we open, this price is going to zoom up below price, and the IB high is going to come down to the top. Similarly will be the experience with the previous POC, which happens to be 66.3. So is that correct? Probably not. 66.3. There's something I'll explain at some point here about Bookmap. There's a lot of interesting ideas. Previous high is 53.3, 58.3. What's previous low? 34.4. Let's see if we can see either one of those. So wide a range yesterday because of all that news. Previous low is 34.4. And previous high is something, 58.3. We still haven't seen it up here yet. There we go. All right, these are pretty well fleshed out here. What did I forget? Something. IB high. Let's do that while we're here, I guess. 67.7. Okay. Well, that's going to be good enough for me at this moment. Yeah, and I need to do something else now too. So I need to do something I do every day, which is called the TLab snap. And that's just something I do. I'll tell you about it here in a minute as soon as I do it. The TLab snap is a Bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B, who has got 48 years or something like that of experience, trading experience. Started life as a money manager way back when, 80s, I guess. Anyway, I'm sure he just trades his own account now, but who the hell knows? Maybe not. Anyway, this is a snap that I do every day at about 8:20, and I post the reports around, I don't know, 6 or something like that, early in the morning, for the day, just as a kind of a thank you or a tip my hat or a, support of the TLab. Now, it is a Bookmap Discord chat room, so it's obviously, provided and paid for by Bookmap, and obviously they want you to subscribe to Bookmap. That's why people advertise stuff, right? But you're never solicited for anything in the TLab, or at least that I know of. And a couple things to know about it: that Tom it is not a trade calling or a live trading room, and it's a Discord place. It's not a stream. So he does stream about an hour and a half a day at some point, or used to. I used to be real active in there until I actually took his advice and started focusing on my own market and trading. And that's because I don't multitask well. That's why this stream developed. But I still feel a sense of camaraderie with those folks and support. So every day I put those snaps in there, and I will continue to do so. Done this for a long time. Okay, back to Bookmap. Now we're getting ready to open here in about 5 minutes, and I'm not ready to go yet. So let's, I might have to change the stream. I don't know. In order to trade with Bookmap, you have to activate the trade control panel by clicking the padlock. You have to select a column now in the new version or an account. And then you can click that again and get back to just your real estate with cancel and close up here at the top. I also have to make sure I have the trading statistics correct, that I have multi-brackets on, and that I have multi-account trading, because that's what I'm doing here in this risk environment. And now I'm working on a new setup, which is the 5-minute statistic. And every day, Bookmap or IRT falls on its ass. Yesterday was quite a problem with the internet and rhythmic and everything else. But the system here is quite simple. We have statistically developed, recognized that the higher the low of the first 5 minutes revert to the open a high percentage of time in the high 80s. So the idea here then is that I'm going to watch this, and the way I do it, and bear with me, don't freak out, I can't keep track of with this last price in here. So there's also another one that I do called so I put these candlesticks on here, get it up to about $1, and I get rid of the last price because that is just a bunch of confusing soup. Remember that I am old and dyslexic, and now I'm seeing 5-minute candles. I'm seeing, I have my setup ready to go if I'm going to take the trade. The idea here, or the thinking is, which is contributed from Anton in the stream, he recognized this relationship. First of all, once we open, and I'm going to get wide now we're 15 minutes wide, right? Which is not very handy. So let's get out here to 1 minute-ish, or 5 minutes, I should say. This is still 15 minutes. Notice the time frame down here. So let's just put along here. You notice how these levels are not, I didn't get them very close when I was all scrunched up. So we're going to have our open at 8:30. We'll put the new blue boy on at 8:30, and we'll see where price opens and how it relates and how price action relates to the open price. And as I said earlier in this session, in the pre-market, making sure I'm ready to roll here. Yeah, in the pre-market, look at what we're doing here. Flat top, first of all, no excess. We've traded right about into the middle or around the VWAP, closing VWAP from yesterday's RTH session, and we're 100% long inventory. We're going to open in a couple of minutes here. Now, I'll start complaining here in a second when IRT falls on its head. And any possible trades on Bookmap are off the table if IRT comes up with some giant lag or anything looks weird with the data. Risk is the first thing. Remember, preserving your account is the most important primary thing. Well, if you start slapping on trades when your data is off, that's not very smart, in my opinion. So let's see where we are here. I think everything's ready to go. And if I don't stop bumping that freaking mouse into the keyboard. All right. And I realize anybody else would not probably like this configuration, but it works for me. These are 5-minute bars, right? So it's real easy for me to spot the high and the low of the first 5 minutes, and open will be plotted in here, assumingly by IRT, assuming that it doesn't fall over or get a big lag. If it does, I still have the open price of the first 5-minute candle, which is the open price of the session, logically, right? We're going to open in about a minute. That's why I do this. A backup data for my data. If you didn't understand that, it's this. Where's the opening price of the 8:15? Well, it's right there. That's the opening candle, right? Because it's a down candle. Here's the opening price of this candle, the opening price of this candle, the opening price of this one. So if I have a price if the candle starts plotting at 8:30, I know where the open is, irregardless of IRT pushing that level across. And in a second, there we're going to go. Boom, there's the open. And we reset. Well, that's pretty cool. Let's wind these out to 5 minutes now. Well, that's 3 minutes. Okay. So here's our open candle. There's the open price right there. And I'm going to slap that a horizontal line on that open just to mark it. Okay, that's the open price of the first 5 minute candle. We can also slap Blue Boy over here because he likes to be slapped. No, no, he doesn't. I didn't quite get it, but I'll work on that in a minute. So that's the open. Remember, there's the high and there's the low so far. And I need to do something on IRT, which is change the sessions if I can get them to do that. Jesus, this is a pain in the ass. IRT just can't deal with it. Well, there's our open. There's yesterday. We are in, this is now the, is it the correct one or didn't do it? Didn't do it. Okay, now everybody's in RTH mode. There's a delay, which is no big surprise. There's our open, our close, and here's our open. And you know what? This doesn't look right. Yeah, it is. Okay. Got to make sure that the header, right? It's got everybody in it. And we're at 3 minutes in. Hey, Anton, good morning. Yeah, me too. I'm busy watching our, I'm busy watching the 5 minute thing. I got the 5 minute candles going. I marked the open price in case IRT fell on its ass, but it looks like it looks like it's okay. And I'm set up to see what happens there. Yeah, me too on the. And this is we had earnings out. We've got some tech stuff out this afternoon, earnings this afternoon, and who knows what the hell's going to happen with Tweets or Us. If I smell any kind of delay or weirdness with data, I'm not going to enter the trade. I'll just move straight on to the initial balance one, but I wanted to be set up for it for the purposes of the stream. Previous RTH or VPOC. Mr. Fancy Pants with his life license over there of Athos. Magic also doesn't do the 30-second, the magic box on Fridays. It's Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. And good enough for me. So there was our low of the first 5 minutes, and I'm standing here bullshitting and didn't catch it. The idea here then is if we get down around these lows to get a return to the open. And I would, in my, just my thinking, I obviously missed that trade talking. But I was expecting responsive selling this morning because of the entire overnight inventory long. And you see what I know, because here we go back to approaching your open trade. I'll work on the stats more for that too. Here we go. So far, knock wood, everything's not too bad. It was interesting today with Bookmap that I was zoomed way in, and it processed the open and reset everything right correctly. So maybe it's got something to do with that. I don't care. Well, at the moment, you would be in the money 6 handles if I were, not babbling and had gotten that long. And I would assume trailing is the last couple of times that when I've been doing these replay tests, starting with the magic box first, it's still in, the magic box is still in a trade. So the 5 minute, I got to figure out which one of these I'm going to lean on. Or like the off days for the magic box, just to focus on the 5 minute like I was planning to do today. Here we go. Boom, there you are. Well, there you go. There's your stat. Cool. Very nice. Would have been lovely. I'm my own worst enemy, man. Excellent. Okay, that's the 5 minute out of the down and in the can. Very nice. Now I'm going to get back to the other view of the world here. The old traditional one. And we got the closing price, no problems. That's nice. There we go. All right. Blue boy's on the job. It needs to be edited a bit here. Excellent. Nice. I'm assuming you took that and got it. That's good. Great for you. I'm not sure why this is not down here yet, but let's see. IRT's not having too big a problem this morning, so maybe it's going to be all right. Boy, one little peeky poo and then away you go, huh? That's really cool. All right, I'm moving on to the, oh shoot, I didn't do any, I'm busy watching the market and not doing any of the keep up stuff. Okay. Come on, you mother. Damn. Oh, boy. Yeah, here's that responsive selling. Not that I'm a wizard, but it's, you know, well, very definitely not that I'm a wizard, but I did mention it extensively in the pre-market. To be expected, isn't it? We got the previous value area low just down there a little bit. And there's the previous IB something or another, IB low. Well, that was a very nice 5-minute open stat there. For what? How many points? Basically 12, 13. That's sweet. Nice way to start the day. Let's see what's going on in this world over here now. Whoa, that doesn't look too good. What the hell is this? Yeah. I don't know what that is. Let's check. Well, there's that. Let's get this fired up and working right here. I was doing some stuff last night, and I'm afraid I might have shot myself in the foot here. I was playing around with trying to get this so that I could use different signals. Where's that? Where's the orb? Yeah. And this is not the first 1 hour. That's pretty goddamn obvious. Well, okay. Doom. Ba-doom, 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 ba-doom. Boom. 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 That should be all of them off now. What's this eye thing doing over here? There we go. But it's not the first 1 hour. That's pretty obvious. Let's see what I did wrong down here. Opening range period 60 minutes. Why hasn't it changed the opening range period up here? Going on. Damn it. Modify the rule. Am I doing this? Yeah. There we go. Now it should be right. The opening range period is correct. This ought to then split out there when it's, but it's not. I don't know why. I probably broke something. Irritating. What am I doing? Am I in the right thing? Uh-huh. What is going on? Oh, wait, I know what's This is going on right here. There we go. This doesn't look too healthy down here, does it? And the IB is a lot wider than that. Well, it's pushing up now. Let's see what happens. That's done it again. It set the period back to 1 again. Well, I'll show you who's boss, you son of a bitch. I don't know why that's doing that, but I'm not happy about it. And too many zeros over here. Look at him go. So much for my responsive buying, huh? Somebody must have done something. I don't know what. Did Trump post something? I'm busy looking over here and not paying attention to what I'm doing. This is really annoying. Okay. Oh, come on. Let's make this 60 and see if it does it. Come on. There you go. There we go. And I think this will come in line now. I hope. Well, I was messing around and broke my good one. That doesn't make much sense, does it? Okay, so what in the hell is it? 7,400. And what's the high B high? 74 quarter. Not 74 quarter. It's higher than that. Yeah, 75. Okay, so it's actually the same. I guess the problem I'm having here is visually is that the yesterday's IB was so high. This is pushing out correctly here. So, you know, I'll stand by. I don't know what the hell this seismic data over here is all about, but we'll, you know, fingers crossed. Look at him go. Go, baby, go. Go, go, gadget. 74.39.68. Well, you're about there, huh? Value area high, I guess, is what you're looking at in the 40s or something. Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. IRT. I'm happy that you just all shut everything down. I want to get away from this 65-second lag. Oh, my goodness. Okay. I'm going to stop looking at that for a while. Boy, oh boy, this is just annoying. Well, your 40 turned them around, or 39s. I'm quite keen on the magic box and the 5-minute open or the open revisit on days like this, Mondays and Thursdays, because I've got to take Tam at the bottom of the hour here at 9:30. So that would give me 2 good opportunities to be out because the IB is off the table until back, obviously. What is going on now? Jesus, criminy Christ. Well, maybe I can shut IRT down if it'll do that. Okay, there we go. Someone from the TLab posted some Claude code for me to said, run this code while you're having all these IRT issues. Not Claude, I'm sorry, Chat GPT. And I poked it in the AI thingy that I use, which is just a Google thing. And it said that I needed to run some other stuff because it doesn't have access to this machine. So obviously I'm not going to be trying to mess with that at the open when I'm trying to figure this out, but I don't know how to. It was interesting anyway. What does it say? I can actually even show you that, I think. Oh, gotta wake the girl up. Here we go. Okay, now I got to wake up Tam. This is what it says I need to run. So it can run wherever the code went. So I'll see what happens when I get back. Now I can, first things first, got to get the sleeping beauty up. Okie dokie. Let's start this piece of stuff up. I had an interesting dialogue with Garrett. He pings me now and then about stuff. He's, as a lot of the guys are, switching to and have switched to, or whatever you want to say, to Sierra charts. Apparently, Sierra, you can do algo back testing and forward testing and run algorithmically trade with the script on Sierra chart. he was asking me if I could help him with the code or something, and I said, oh, dude, I'm on the ragged edge myself. Okay. Try to get all this BS fixed now. Again. What the hell is that? I don't want an MA. I want this. Okay, now put this back on. All right, so here we are now and no lags. Isn't that magic? And all I did was restart the damn thing. I think it gets its knickers in a knot and then it can't unwind the data or the, I guess you call that a memory leak or something. Okay, so there's that one plugging along. Okay. This one needs to be fractals and whatchamadinkers. There we go. Ooh, I gotta find my Levi's here. Nobody move. Nobody move. What are we doing? RTH, RTH, RTH. Always RTH. One of the things that is, there's no way I can practice for, of course, is with either the magic box or the open stat, the 5 minute 5 minutes to open, or whatever you want to call it. Your just great idea. I can't practice for IRT being in a wadded up and everything at the open when I'm doing them on replay, because that doesn't have any bearing on the case. Of course, it's very relaxed and easy to focus and do in that environment. Okay, well, there we go. So sweet. Everybody's plugging along here now. Let's see if it smooths out. Wow. Better make sure Lucky doesn't come trading over here. A trading I will go. I make enough errors on my own. I don't need help from the cat, right? All right, there we are at 1 point high, 5 minutes, no. 1 point high and 5 minutes is going on here. It was still spread way out for the 5 points or 1 point high. Not yet. There's Blue Boy. Okay, he's on track. That's good. See if I got my shit together here. Boy, I really envy you getting ready for your new mini or micro, whichever it is, Mac, and the setup and everything. That's I'm real happy for you. That's great. My machine seems like it's really new and old, and everything in mine because I just built it. But I think about it. Hell, it's been almost 5 years now. I guess that's over. I guess. My laptop, this Dell has a Dell mobile workstation L6700 that I have that still runs all my email and Google and all of that crap. That's 2015. That thing's 11 years old and doesn't miss a beat. Yesterday's POC rejected. Let's See here, what am I looking for? Yeah, exactly. Yesterday's POC, previous, yeah, right here. Well, we didn't quite reject it, but at least in my world, but we came pretty damn close. I mean, we did just poke through it down here, but yeah, then turned around and went the other way. What I have for the POC here is 7405. I don't know what, maybe you've got something different. Let's see what it is on the IRT world. That was it, right? Yeah, that's it. Because it just one poke down and then up we went. Okay, Levi's. She's moving now. I got to get the Levi's on. Oh. Okay, cool. Session prices are always pretty accurate because it's before, you know, they're there before the world gets all tied in a knot. Well, IB high, IB low, stats in the middle, fools to the left of us, fools to the right, stuck in the middle again, or however that song goes, went. Okay, let's see now. What else do I need to do for the thing? Plenty of time. BPOC migration up. Where's Antonio? Oh, man. Well, 26C. That's an improvement. Mm. Okay, am I back? Oh, wait, I didn't do something else over here. So, what do we have going on? Islamist militants killed 10 police in northwest Pakistan. Okay. Wow, the dollar to the yen took a dump. Russian banned other fuel exports until January 31st, 27. How the hell did the GDP go from 3.6 to 6.2? What? Personal income dropped from 0.7 to 0.2. Wow. And jobless claims, yeah, I don't believe that for a goddamn minute either. Oh well, I think it's pretty clear the numbers are being thoroughly massaged, so I'm not going to worry about it. I guess we're working okay here. I'm getting ready to go driving merrily across Texas. Well, I don't know. My micro composite POC is 74.48 even, pretty much. Right there. Not the weekly, but it's, you know. There's today, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. Pretty close to today because these didn't have anything going on. So yeah, it's pretty much the weekly. Pretty sure that's not any good anymore. Okay. I need to start thinking about whatever I'm thinking about here. Welcome to the stream, by the way. I forget to say that anymore these days. Lurkers or whoever, drop something in the chat, say hi. It's my virtual trading journal. All trades are live and real in Bookmap that I take. Any trades that are graphed or talked about in IRT are for the purpose of vetting a trade, or now in this case have vetted this one, and this is a setup which is being pushed across to Bookmap to be executed. Won't be by me unless there is no, unless the IB hasn't, and the levels haven't been hit by the time I get back from this run. Let's see what's happening over here. These are pretty crazy. I've got to separate this out. It's my problem this morning is using the code is using the same VPound variable, so that can't happen. This is a testing of the opening range depending on however I want to set it up. I was looking at the magic box last night. Oops, the magic box last night. Here's the potential bars going on. Nobody's at the bar yet. Huh. Well, the only reason I never complain about Rhythmic is the fact that when I have a big delay or some craziness going on over here, like I see this lags over here on IRT, and then I look at Bookmap and it's just zooming along and there's no, data spike or latency or something going on. And Bookmap has got this little gizmo down here, which is, it shows if there's a delay and if there's any aggregation going on because there's too much data coming through. So that's the reason I never just straight up bitch about Rhythmic, because it's usually the only place I'm seeing a lag noted is on IRT. But maybe I'm wrong. Would be the first time I was ever wrong, but there's always a first, right? I don't even know. I haven't even looked at these other data things today. Let's see what's got to go on here. Show data box. Okay. And turn off the data thing over here. Well, 44 handle IB today, according to this wizardry here at thing. Is that right? I guess so. Yeah, it has been poking way up. I mean, not that it looks like I'm arguing with the computer, I guess. First level formed is the low, and then the high, and we're getting close to the IB. The ending zone would be in the 0 to 25s up here now, expecting the high to be broken. Just from what I think about. Oh, what is this? Get started. Log in. Gap fill, 60%. That's not very. That's on the ES. Well, let's get something else here. Let's look at the cash. Let's go to book these things. Jump right to the chase over here. Buy rejection, MES. Cash market. We got to do a few customizing, guys, here. All weekdays. No. Thursday. Okay. Okay, that's good. Hello. There we go. So, assuming we have the IB high breakout first. Oh, formed low first. Never mind. Low formed first. 75% probability of the high. That's pretty much normal. The other filters I won't be able to put in here until they are. Well, actually, maybe not. Okay. All right, I'm going to make sure that the grill is organized. I'll be back as quick as I can here. We'll see what happens. All right. Let's see now. I think she's in mode, so we'll see how that works out. Apple and Amazon this afternoon after the bell. Well, still haven't seen the whites of her eyes yet, so I guess I'll keep looking here. So the IB is just officially set, but not taken. or not yet, but they they look like they're bearing down on it up here. What is all this about? What price action? That's pretty crazy. 34 to 46. Wow. All right, I got to get her and get going here. I'll be back as quick as I can. Good luck. Well, it's 40.75 here. This is the previous day's value area. This is today, according to how this normally works. So let's look at over here. Previous, yeah, 40-ish. I mean, right there. Yeah. I don't know about the 56 part, but not here anyway. All right, she's moving now. I got to bust a move. See you later.
Oh, we've done both. Yucks. Huh. So there's the IB, the pullback to the 25, and the continuation back to the IB again. Well, that's disappointing. I just realized driving back here that today is Thursday, not Friday. This was the day for the magic box. Jesus. I better go back to bed immediately. Okay, what a bummer. Yeah, good for you. Cool. I'm getting something on Discord. Oh, it's Tom's thing, I guess. Okay. Let's see. Value area. I'm seriously thinking of giving it a try. Man, I'm getting real tired. Well, it won't be long, I guess, and it'll be over. But this, you know, you stand. I try to be disciplined to stand around and stand around and stand around, and then I guess this is a test of not over trading or whatever else. There's the. Oh, did we punch the IB before I got back? No. So here was the IB just minutes ago. Pulled back. There's the trigger. Back down here. What are these? These are 11 handles. That would be just miraculous. I would still be in the trade. And aren't I excited? Son of a gun. And you are 93.85. My early morning prediction. I figured out how that's good on the bubbles. I got the, you know, these are, as you know, these are just the delta, and I don't remember. I put some sort of thing on them. I don't remember what. I don't have any of that stuff I mean, I don't have the stops and icebergs or any of that stuff on anymore. I really don't. I don't really use a bookmap for what it's supposed to be, really, you know. It's a line chart. I don't really look at the bubbles that much. It's a line chart. And I use it for the execution and the fact that I can push the profiles. I generate the profiles and push these cloud note things to it. I mean, if you stop and think about it. If I stop and think about it. Heat map. What do I have going on over here? Oh, man. Large lot tracker, large lot alerts, order balance, volume bars, dots. That's what I've got going on for the dots in Bookmap. I'm assuming that you would have all those same kind of settings on your AT or ATSA. All right, yeah. That's, I'm guessing. Yeah, there's the POC right there. Oh, from yesterday. Or if you want to look at them over here, it is. Oop, let's see if it's right. Yeah, look at there. Right there. Up and down and up and down and up and down. Still a 24-second lag on this thing. Yeah, Jesus. Okay. What has happened else in my world here? Well, I took it off of here. That's the problem. That's why there's no trade. Okay. There's a long for 48 ticks on the old version. Well, I don't think going to the well a bunch of different times is part of the plan with the edgeful data. For example, there's the breakout. I mean, there's the IB low, there's the retest, and then down we go. But I'm not saying I don't feel like it's valid to repeat the thing, IB low, retest, what's it gonna do? I don't think that that's a valid idea. Oh no, I didn't read that. Let's see. Wait a minute, I don't see one. I don't see a post today. Are you talking about today or yesterday? Oh, thanks, Mom. I don't see one today, or something else is something else broke. I'm gonna get a string and 2 tin cans and that color square. I think that's it. Yeah, I don't see any post about Menthor Q today. I don't think. Let me get up to my upper screen reads here. No. All I have here is from 8:30 until now has got nothing. Nothing about Mentor Q. I did see that you were. Yeah, I remember yesterday you said that they were going to. I don't see any. No, I don't have any chat here. I don't see anything in this chat. Or I really need to go back to bed immediately. But no, I don't see anything up here in the chat. either on this upper screen, which is just running the stream as are you, and or also over on OBS. I don't see anything. So I don't know what happened. What? Let's see. No, I see about your Apple being 10 weeks out and all the different stuff about the levels here in the PD, but I don't see anything about the, I don't see anything about Mentor Q. I still think it's kind of funny they spelled the word wrong. But I mean, these may be valid. I just don't think going to the well a bunch of times on the same trigger is a good idea. What do I know? Obviously, very little. Oh, is this, I seriously thinking of giving it a try? Is that the Mentor, or were you talking about Mentor Q? Because I don't see any reference to it, but I do see that. I do see that post at about 10:50, about 9:50. Yeah, it seems like the hottest new thing. As you know, it seems like it's like volume profile. You know, the volume profile or whatever else. I wonder if this thing cuts off the text or something somehow. Yeah, giving it a try, but it doesn't reference Mentor Q at all. It just says, I seriously thinking of giving it a try, or at least that's all I'm seeing on this, on my side. But yeah, good. I think it's a valid idea. I think it's a good idea. Son of a gun, I'm so disappointed. I thought it was Friday. Yeah. Above that post, it has It doesn't say anything about Mentor, but okay, great. It says, you know, talking about the levels at 56 and 66 and rhythmic delays. Talk to me later. Yeah, whatever, but good, cool. I understand exactly where we are now. I mean, what you're thinking about, and that's great. Let me know how it works out. Oh, I gotta turn this trading back on. Almost forgot that. Cool. Retrace to the 50 here after those IBs. This would be I think a short from my understanding of the edgeful ideas. And this would be a TLab VPOC, VWAP to VPOC, if they still talk about that over there. That used to be a biggie, one of the structured trades. And I'm not insinuating that they're not, but I never could get anybody to share the statistics. The closest anybody ever came was Rod when he would post. Sometimes he'd post probabilities, you know, of something happening, like in this case, VPOC, VWAP mid to VPOC, for example. Hi, Panda. That was a quick. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it didn't get. Yeah, I've got a continual string of posts from you: 914, 923, 932, 934, 950, 954, and 950 was the one where you said, "I seriously thinking of giving it a try," and then on. I mean, even before that was 908 and 914. I mean, that's just in line on both sides of both machines. Weird. I don't think data fell apart. I don't know. Who knows? I mean, the fact that all this crap works at all is magic, right? And free. The part of this whole story that always gets me. All this stuff is free. OBS and all of that. What, Panda? What? Let me. Well, they're gonna slop around up here for a while, huh? I suppose. Yeah. Why is that there? Boy, and that IB stat was just by basically a tick or so. You know, that's amazing. There for a second, I thought I was not seeing right. It hasn't taken a trade over here, but maybe it's getting as chicken shit as I am. I'm going to have a price check at aisle 3 up here pretty quick. In the words of the famous Tom. Busy talking to the mute. Yeah, that would be a pretty easy thing to do given the range of yesterday. I mean, that's one hell of a. That looks like that's one hell of a Trump dump there or whatever, but it wasn't. But I would have expected that to be it. Yeah. I don't see. Let's see. Well, we didn't do lots of stuff up here to the top. Excuse me. Previous IB high. What else? Previous RTH high, IB high. That's the only levels up here that I don't have revisited. I mean, in my session prices anyway. Oh shit, sorry, wrong window. There they are from the bottom to the top. Oop. Well, there's the price check it out 3 and then some, but look at interesting how they came right back to the same spot. Well, a little bit of flippy floppy, a little square dance going on over here, but pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Look at him go. Now what's this, a squeeze or something? I don't know. They're going to get both of the IBs maybe, huh? Previous day RTH VHS level. It's right there. It is 74.40 half. Do you see that? Yeah. This VHS, or I mean VA, Jesus Christ, I better get to bed. I can't read. Value area high and value area low are previous auction, and developing is the current auction. To keep this straight with yesterday, with the RTH sessions, that's why every morning I switch IRT from full session to day session only. The minute I do that, the previous auction is yesterday's RTH. If I left it at full session, it would the previous this previous auction would be looking at the just ended ETH session. So that's why I do that switch every morning right at the open, which is, so convenient with IRT falling on its ass. But that's what I have. And that's how the session prices thing works. Now, if you want to look at the come on. Here is yesterday's RTH session. Here's today's RTH session because we're both in the RTH. So see if this thing doesn't oh, wait a minute. I know something else I can do. So there's the price at 74.40 quarter, pretty close with that. This is the IB high, or value high, value low, value area. And then if you jump back over here, it's, just 40 and a quarter. So yeah. And not surprising because the data in it, bookmap, is all pushed from IRT. So yeah, there you go. But that's what I've got. Yep. Well, they did terrible. Yeah, they got terrible everything. And today is Amazon and Apple after the bell. I have no sympathy for that little puke. Yeah, let's check. One of the things that's kind of interesting and that I don't ever really look at much over here is this thing right here. Yeah, here's Apple, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, what their gap fill would be, what's going on. And for the various reports. This doesn't have the percentage up or down and all that, but because I don't have all that equities data in Rhythmic. Matter of fact, I don't even have. I'm going to have to add another thing so I can watch bonds because nice. That's good. Good for you. I'm glad that you're diversified. I wish I could be. I probably should have just got about this and focused on larger term investing when I, a couple years ago. I guess I'm stubborn. Very definitely to a fault. Well, yeah, I don't know what to tell you there. Oh, I know something we can do. I think. Just out of curiosity. Let's see what this thing says. I have a value area thing over here. Turn off, let's see, turn off this one. And this one. And turn on the value area. Volume. I don't want that one. Where's the other one? I thought I had another one. I don't like this one very well. This is only today. Well, so here's the, oops, up we go. Here's the value area high on TradingView, and it's 74.70. Oh, but wait a minute, hold the phone. This is a session. This is the whole thing, Globex, right? Let's see if we can fix this. Market delta only. Let's see. How do I do that? Sessions. Market only, custom. Well, that's bullshit. So I don't look at this often, as you can obviously imagine. $830 to 1600 America. Each. Well, let's see what this does. It's wrong because this is obviously not right. The football. I don't know how to get those grayed out ones on. Pre-market, market only. That should be here. But that's not right because this is. Wait a minute. This is New York. And this is going clear down here to Asia. So this is taking the whole Globex. I don't know why I can't. It should be using this and it doesn't seem to be, and I'm not sure what to do. Wait, custom, there we go. There you are. Okay. Forgot what I do here. So yesterday's market is ridiculous. This is not true. This should be doing exactly like over here. Well, anyway, it's still not 58. Yeah, there's 56. So what you're looking at is the entire market. You're looking at the entire all sessions, not just RTH. Oh, wait a minute. Let me try this. There we go. Okay. So there we are. Forgot I could do that. This is still not right. Still not right. Yeah, so I'm obviously full of shit. I mean, what's happening here is this profile, even that I've got going on here, is pulling the whole thing, and that's what yours is doing. rather than just the electronic. If you see that let's see here, get rid of that damn thing. I had another one that worked just like a regular old-fashioned volume profile. I don't know where the hell it went. I probably deleted it in a fit of stupidity. Anyway, if I go to IRT here, there's the high, right? There's the developing value area high and low. Let's see if I do this, what happens. Boom. So here's the full session. I know this doesn't work very well because it gets so screwed up. Look at it. Look at the lags trying to move that crosshair around. It's just amazing. Can't do it. It can't do it. There's another way I can do this though. If I put it here and do the shift, it'll throw this thing up. Well, it used to. There we go. It's 74.34, and then the one from yesterday. Well, this can't be right either. I guess it could be. No. I don't know. Never mind. Forget what I'm talking about. Oh wait, I know something. I didn't even think about it. You're looking at the ES, and I'm looking at the MES. Okay. So the previous value, come on. Well, whenever this thing gets through thinking. The previous. Yeah, come on, you son of a bitch. There we go. For the previous RTH session of the ES, the price is up here where you're talking about. The price is at in the 50s somewhere. Well, 49.5 or 50.5 according to what I've got here. You see the blue, the light blue is the value area. Down here's where we are down here, and up here's where we are now, or were yesterday. This is for the RTH session. This was yesterday. On the ES, not the MES. Hi, Panda. And, hold on. Let's see if this is even, oh yeah, here we go. Well, it's according to it's 74.49 for yesterday's RTH value area high in the ES, according to the session prices thing. So I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I have them. TV generally works just right. I mean, the sessions are exactly right. There's 830, whatever it is. There's 830, and goes to 1600. And here's yesterday at 830 to 1600. And I used to have a volume profile that wasn't this delta bolt thing, and just did the specific session, but for some reason this particular one is goofy. Sorry. And I've apparently deleted the other one, which I liked a lot. Hold on, maybe it's over here. Let's see if it's over here. Ah, yeah, here we go. Here we go. Now what I want to do is somehow or another copy this thing to the other one, right? How do I do that? Copy. There we go. Hi, Panda. Don't look at me with those eyes. Now you're scaring me. 1, 2, 3, 4. There shouldn't be a problem. Okay, let's close this one off. There we go. Now. Hi, Panda. Just a minute. I don't want the custom session. Let's go with the... What, Panda? I got to do them different somehow. I don't have it working right. Panda, be quiet. I'm trying to do something here. I'm trying to think. You know what a tough deal that is for Dad. America, Chicago. Okay. Well, let's do this then. Let's do 08, 30, and 1600 or 1500, whatever. There you go. So there's the value area high and low for today. And here's the value area high and low for yesterday. I'm on the right window. Oh, I am on the right window. And it's 56 and change is what this shows. But I can tell you this doesn't look right away, because why is this? Oh, I know exactly what it is. This is 1600, which is the actual close, and the cash close is 1500. So stand by. Watch this. Watch this profile right here change. Boop. See that? Now the market, now the volume is 52.5 instead of 58, based on the cash close or on the 1600, the full market. So there you go. And here is today. And the developing volume, point of control, and all of that other stuff. All right. Yeah, it's a slick little tool. I am interested. Well, it is only because you've got this is going to 1500, not 1600. If you go to 1600, it'll be that extra 10, just like TradingView did. Because the market continued to sell off a lot into 1600. Yeah, I guess so. What I was going to say about the volume profiles is, you know, these people that put out these software like your Atos and whatever else, they're not obviously they're not stupid. So when I see a discrepancy like that, I immediately figure it's something I'm doing wrong. And in that case, that's perfect. That is the answer. If you stop the thing at cash close, which is 1500, it will. That's one a volume profile, and if you let it run to 1600, that's another one, and that can be the difference. And that's exactly what we just discovered there with TradingView. It was 56 or something and change, and at cash close it was in the 40s. And that's where this thing shuts off, is the I think. I don't know. I mean, that just makes sense to me, whether it's correct or. Yeah, the problem with this bar is it's up at the top up here and would suggest higher instead of lower. Now, does this support a asymmetric trade up here? Maybe. I'm going to step away here for a minute. I got to help my wife do something, and the midday's coming up, but I'm going to. I'll be back on here as quick as I can. And we have a double. What's the probability of a double break today? Which I think we're going to get pretty quick. Reports, templates, bar, initial balance. There's a new initial balance trade too. They put out a new indicator, I think, if I remember correctly. I think it's for TradingView though. So standard, well, it's not so bad. By day, let's see by day. Let's go with MES. Let's go with the cash market. Let's look back a million days. I don't know, a year. Well, there's a 22% probability that we'll break both sides today, and that's looking like it's probably going to happen. Okay, I'm going to step away for a minute. Keep the fires burning. I'll be back as quick as I can. Is there any random weirdness coming up anytime soon? Well, a lot of geopolitical conversation, but so far Trump hasn't started weighing in yet, but that's always, I don't know what he's doing or where he's going. Maybe he's flying somewhere or doing something, I don't know. But surprisingly quiet today so far. What are you doing? Jesus Christ. Why did all this? So this is all goofy. Jesus. I don't want anything on the clipboard, okay? I want to make whatever. Okay, maybe I can do it down here. Boy, this is Notice the little buttons over here to cancel, close, or whatever, and you can't scoot the damn thing because of this. One of the things that IRT does that irritates me a lot, and I've talked to them about it, and they maintain it's important, is it floats all the windows. I wish it was just inside the container. I think that would make a big difference in streamline a lot of stuff, but that's not, nobody shares that idea. And you notice that there's no, and because it's way up, you'll notice that that there's no file or any of that stuff going on up here. Jesus Christ. Well, yeah. But why short? When context for the last several hours has been up. I would have expected the bar to work out up. But yeah, great. I hope you're on it. Good for you. That's my problem with the bar trade. Most of the time. Now we got it. Now it's maximized and everything's working right. Boy, boy, oh boy. Now it's going to shut down. Oh, Christ. Oh, I need to go help. She's mad now. Everybody's getting a busy foot. Oh, boy. Well, I'm glad your ATSA is working good. Everybody else is, and I know Sierra's pretty stable. I probably should have stuck with it long ago when I had the opportunity. I mean, when I was on there, I guess. I'm about ready to just go back to Trade Evade or something. You know, an app worked fine, had volume profile, had Renko bars, got funded, it made money. I mean, it was, you know, I'm really sort of at the end of my rope here, patience-wise. To put it mildly. Okay, I gotta step away here before I get my ears boxed. See this big flat top we got going on up here? That they're gonna go up. There's no doubt about it. There's no taper to the top. So just, it's as stupid looking as it looks. And I think that's what's gonna happen. We'll see. That's not a prediction, it's just visual, you know, and every time I always feel that way. Whenever it looks goofy, it seems to be. There's not a lot of taper at the bottom either, though. So, but this has got the value area high right up here, scrunched right against the top. The balance of the balance indicator for the session is up here at the 82s, meaning that for us to have a balanced profile with the volume skew as we have it now, they got to trade it up to the 82s. So, and there's the balance bar at the bottom. Well, I don't know. Uh, 37, yeah, well, there you go. Being this low volume node over here on the profile or whatever, yeah, whatever you've got going on there, good for you. So you have to decide if 43 to 37, 6 handles is enough meat on the bone for the trade, right? And of course it is. If you trade a couple of 3 lots and you're looking for a couple $100, like Magic was talking about yesterday, that's fine. No question about it. And here's another one. So what are they going to do again? Okay, I got to step away for a minute. I promise, before I get my ears boxed here. Well, here we go some more. Well, if you wanted to believe FT71, you would short right here because you're leaning on the the fact that there's only a 22% probability we're going to take them both. But that's that's a pretty spooky lean at this point, I think. I'd say they're going to take it out without any. And that happens to be the MCVPOC. I know you don't do that, but on mine, right here, and there's right there, and here we are. I think they're just desperately trying not to let it fall apart. And I think it needs to fall apart myself, so. Now this is the spot for the asymmetrical trade. Assuming that that's, I don't think it's valid at this point, but I guess down here would have been. When we took 3 tries and couldn't get through it very far. to step away here again for a few minutes, and I'll be back. Trying to help out on this end. Actually, I'm kind of interested to see if they pop the IB high. I would fully expect that that's going to happen, but and I would say the next stop's 50, given that big liquidity there and how frequently we've gone to the 50 and 60 without blinking an eye.
This 50 came in just after the open.
Well, pretty quick you'll have those GEX stuff all straightened out, and you'll just be coining. You'll have that ATM in the basement Tom's always talking about. That would be sweet, wouldn't it? All right, I'll be back, I promise. Oh, there you have it, the double whammy. I guess you could say this is the 12-to-1 stat would be in play today. I'm out of here again now at the bottom of the hour to go get Tam. This will be the final day of that this week. Nope, I did not. And now I have to go get Tam. These Mondays and Tuesdays are tough for me. But we got the both the high and the low, so still an inside day, but that's not surprising considering yesterday. I'd say we're going to get to 60 though, like normal. I was just standing here thinking this is a, if you squint your eyes real hard, this is a bar trade. There's a breakout and retest, and the 60 being the target based around this last little distribution over here. Yeah, I don't know about the weekly high, but I'm sure they're going to get up to 64.6 or 74.60. That's pretty. That would be pretty surprising if they didn't, and that is yesterday's IB high. I actually had wait a minute here. One of these testing, which one was it? One of these. Yeah, there you go. There's the weekly profile. I forgot I had it on here. This is the weekly volume profile. And as you said, there's the value area high right up here, just above. Forgot about that. That one. Yeah. We had about three in all 3 stars, but they were all at 7:30 this morning. And then we've got the 2 earnings out this afternoon. Amazon and Apple. But we had 3 big ones, but they were all at 7:30 in the morning. They were. We had core PCE, God damn, this is a scam thing, and I can't stop it from. This is completely crap. And I've Googled how to do it. Go there and erase it. It's got nothing to do with reality. It's just some scam pop-up notification thing that happens. I don't know what. But anyway, we had GDP, and it's only that side. I don't know. PCE, GDP, and consumer spending, they were all 3-star this morning. And but they were all at 7:30 in the morning. I've Googled about 6 times yesterday night and this morning how to turn off the notifications and get rid of the cookies for that site and what. And this Edge thing, I can't make it work. Can't make it stop. All right, so yeah, they weren't. I can't really show it to you. It wasn't very good, but that doesn't seem to matter. Well, the GDP was actually the one that I thought was the biggest ridiculousness. But core PCE and all of these initial jobless claims, yeah, right. It's so funny what they do now. The jobless claims were, the previous was 187. So the labor statistics puts out a high number, and then it comes in under that, and it looks like it's a good number. You know, it's just like everything else nowadays back there. I saw an interesting thing. What was the headline? I can't remember anyway. I don't think any of this. Well, so there's your weekly profile. Well, we're going to get the 60s here pretty quick. And I'm going to have to find my Levi's. Figures that the figures the one that I lean on and appreciate the most, the news thing, is the one that gets polluted by that crap. And it's still flat. We still haven't gotten up there anywhere. There's still no excess on the top side. And there will be, I'm sure. Remember, the 12-to-1 stats probably in play today. That's, if anybody cares, basically that if the market's out of balance, which it apparently is, and if we make a new high between 12-to-1, then there's high probability that I've never heard anybody actually quote or know, but high, supposedly in the 90s, that we put in a new high in the balance of the RTH. It's about as vague as most of those stats over there are, but that's it. And you know, there's the monkey boy wants to go long, right? I'm just like throwing out there. A, I don't have time, and B, I don't think that's a good idea. Doesn't fit with my trade plan. I guess that had I been standing here, this breakout and retest, I don't know what you call this, if that's part of it, but it's around this distribution here, would have, with targeting the 60s and the 62 up here is a valid idea. I obviously the ideal is the IB continuation. I don't know what it says about that. I've never looked into the IB continuation when both IBs have been taken out. I don't even know how I would do that, I guess. Because obviously it was an IB failure the last on the bottom side. Big time. One tick and then never even got there again. Okay, I'm going to get organized and go get Tam and hopefully be back before, you know, some stupid late time. In the meantime, if I'm not, thanks a lot for coming by. I really appreciate the feedback and I hope your trading went great. And I don't know what I'm going to do here. I guess just not worry about the days when I have these weird schedule. But that means I got to make up for it trading on the days that I don't. Tomorrow I don't have anything, but then it's Friday. So I'll be back and hopefully I'll talk to you soon. If I don't, have a great rest of your day and I'll see you tomorrow. But hopefully we'll be back before you sign off and in time for me to sign off. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it very much. Oh, that was, whoa, look at him go. My, all the way damn near to the previous RTH high, huh? Wow. Well, yeah, okay. Okay, so everything's good in the world, right? The economy's great and everybody has a job and war's over and cool. That's really great. I guess it doesn't matter anymore. When I put that number in here this morning at somewhere around 8 o'clock, I didn't imagine we were going to get there today. Of course, it's not over yet either. Well, it's only 20 minutes. It's pretty damn near over. Oh, magique. Comment vas-tu, mon Pierre? It looks like the world is a better place if you want to look at the market here since about 2 o'clock. Or I guess about 10 o'clock, to be honest with you. Double IBs and all kinds of exciting stuff today. I'm assuming that you traded the living bejesus out of everything and you got big bags of money. You're going to need a bigger pickup truck to haul your money. I know Anton's got... Oh, I keep seeing stuff on my YouTube now about ATSA. There's this video thing released. It was on my phone waiting for Tam. I didn't see it, but saw it go by. Let me see what the name is here. Now I probably won't be able to find it again. Well, I don't see anything, but I should have bookmarked it, I guess, or played it for a second, and then it would have stuck in my thing. Yeah. I'm not seeing it. Anyway, it was something along the lines of pro setup for ATSA. And there was another pretty funny one too that I wanted to quote, but I don't see it yet either. Ah, here we go. This was pretty funny. The big title is "Somebody Knows Something," and the words below it are "No Fed guidance, no quarterly reports, no data you can trust. Somebody knows something." I should be getting here. It should be. This is near where that other thing was. Well, here's one for that ATAS-X costs and data feeds. There's all kinds of ads for them, for that software now on my YouTube. I guess it's because I looked at that one, I suppose. Anyway, your software is getting lots of airplay here. Oh, good. I didn't know you were still doing the Asia thing. But great. Good for you. I didn't do either. I think Anton did pretty well today. I didn't have a very good day. I didn't take any trades. My setup and trigger happened while I was driving merrily across and dropping TAM, so didn't work right here actually. The IB by only a tick, but it did retrace right back and back down to it. So that would have been a normal one. Well, there you go. Good for you. This was last night in Asia, right? Well, we are going to have the market on close and balance. I'm not going to do much of a market wrap today, but it is a crazy day with both, a normal day with both IBs taken out and quite a long range here. Well, 77 and a half points from straight up at 7,400. So quite a big range, and most of it was to the upside today. I am having trouble with investing.com. Every time I open it, there's some spam pop-up thing that happens. But let's see what we can find here. Tomorrow is stupid thing, and it's changed all my desktop around. I'm so pissed. Here's tomorrow. Let's have a look and see if we can get away from the Norton pop-up scam-orama. What have we got? Employment costs, PMIs tomorrow, and Michigan numbers. We've got Amazon and Apple reporting after the bell today. I'm not sure what we're going to get. Hi, Panda. What we're going to get tomorrow. Let's look. So far, we're doing okay. Well, tomorrow's not really any earth-shaking earnings report. So today's Amazon and Apple after the bell. Jesus, Meta reports 700 billion in future spending commitments. Why would that just be now, today? Somebody must be digging through their report, I guess. Wow. We expect these guys are so amazing. You know, we expect China to meet their agricultural, their rare earth and agricultural commitments. We haven't met any commitments we've made. You know, we cancel everything, and Trump throws some monkey wrench in every time. But we expect everybody else to do that. It's the weirdest thing. I don't know how they. I don't know. I heard someone that I was over 20 accounts and just copy trade them together for. Wait a second here. How the hell do you do that? So you'll take one and then copy it to 5 others, and then take one and copy it to 5 others, and keep doing like that. In other words, daisy chain them. Is that the idea? Huh. Huh. Hi, Panda. But I think with Lucid, you can only get 5 accounts, isn't it? Or can you have different? Can you have 20? 20 together. Oh, well, there you go. That would be a quick way to do both, right? It's a double-edged sword. Hi, Panda. But the risk reward is obviously. The risk reward is, I don't know what you can, I don't know. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see. Okay. You know, I was wondering if you could do that with live stuff. I don't think you can. Like if I had a different account, if I could copy my amp, you know, copy trade my amp to somewhere else, you know what I mean? I don't think you can. But anyway. I just was thinking about that actually today while I was driving back from picking Tam up this afternoon. So it's fortunate that you popped on here. Let's see. There was the market on close imbalance, and I'm busy jibber jabbering over here. Let's see what that was all about. Whoa, big time sell side. 2,104,000,000 S&Ps, 1,123,000,000 NASDAQ, 509 million Dow, and 287 million Mag 7, all sell side. Am I on the right window? Yeah, I am. What a miracle. Yeah, the only time I've ever done anything like that is using this thing here in Bookmap. You know, which is this this thing right here, multi-account trading. And I don't know how many of these things you can have. I guess lots. I don't know. I guess you can have as many accounts in there as you want, I suppose. All instruments, special instruments. I have not really done any messing around with it other than just this, you know. So I've never done anything differently than that. Interesting to explore, however. trade copy. Okay, I'll do that. Hi, Panda. Just a minute, Mark. The stream will be through, and then we'll go find a snack for you. Okay. Well, tomorrow I have no drive-a-thon, so this will be a full trading day. Today I've been practicing the one, the magic box on the replays, and I'll be honest with you, I didn't set it up today before the open because I was thinking it was Friday. I think I even said that to Anton. He probably thought, "What did this old guy have in mind?" I think I thought, no, it's Friday. I'm not going to do that. So I went straight on looking at the 5-minute open retracement, and then the IB, and then I got trapped in the drive-a-thon here and missed the trigger for the IB. So no trades for me. One of my old standby IB continuations would have been this right here, and it would have worked out magically, but I've never really thought there was much future in double IBs. I've never thought about them as, okay, there was an IB failure down here, now there's an IB continuation up here, but both IBs were taken out. I don't know. I just never thought about it before, I guess. I kind of have a thing in the back of my mind always about how many times can you go to the well, After one thing works, how many times can you do it in that same session? I don't think very many, but this was a perfect example of me being wrong. No weird data issues today or falling over or anything. Now, Anton did say early this morning that he was having delays with data from Rhythmic. Everything was fine here. So, I don't know. Well, the market, the cash is going to close here at 1,500, and that's typically when I close the stream down. And then every trading day at 1,700, at 800 in the morning. And if I do an evening stream to trade Asia or something, that will be also live stream because I have a commitment to take no trades off the stream. Yeah. Exactly. You're right, Magic. And as we've talked about before, it just takes one little trade a day, and then, it's really pretty amazing. And we know, it's not that I hear, but read articles and know that places like Jane Street and whatever make billions of dollars a day trading. And taking most of that from, no, certainly not retail, but a lot of it, I guess, not billions, but, there's more to it that meets the eye, that's for sure. And we're going to have a little closing swing trade here, are we? Look at this. Didn't quite get to the 60s yet. I bet you money that we pop the 60 before we get to 1,600 today. We might even do it for the cash close. But this closing swing trade looks like it's gearing out there.
Let me grab some water.
Oh, there they are. Told you. Told ya. Closing swing trade right into the cash close. Yeah, you too, Magic. Thanks for dropping by. Nice talking to you. I'm glad you had a successful outcome. I've been kicking around whether to trade Asia or not on these days that I can't trade normally, you know. On the days I've got the TAM run. Now tomorrow's I don't, but like today. We'll see what happens. Take care of yourself. Anton, are you around? If you are, I'm gonna sign off here, and hope you had a great day. Thanks a lot for coming by. Sure, you're probably busy setting up your pro. That's a workspace. Uh-oh. I'm gonna call it a day, though. That's for sure. Thanks a lot for coming by. Remember, 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time, for the complete cash market.